Oh, we're doing it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, so the plan is I'm gonna get her done. I have a checklist of things I want to do before we finish the game. I'm gonna finish that, and then I'm gonna stream again later, and we're gonna start the next game. And we'll do more Pacific Drive on another day. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten about that. That'll just be our in-between little palate cleanser stream, you know. Alright. First order of business, we gotta read the rest of these books. The Greatest Innocence. This dusty tome brings knowledge on the history of the Innocences. It's written by one, I'm gonna butcher this, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego, a Mesque fascist who tries to reach a conclusion on which of the Innocences is the coolest in the world. Okay, that's my best approximation. I probably got that wrong. João Paulo Salomo. I'm making myself look stupid, aren't I? I know fuego is said like that, right? De fuego? That last part's correct, I think. Whatever, we'll just read the book. The Greatest Innocence by... Yeah, you got fuego? Yes. That was all I got, wasn't it? By João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy. Crack open this immense tome. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl, of names, dates, places, events, historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. You can do it. It'll be worth it. There's something here. J's sound like H's. How I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be insulting. How do you... João Paulo? Is that correct? I don't know. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's a pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready? Oh shit. Sure, why not? That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first Innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. I'm gonna get so much money from this, actually, I think. And so, alright, go on. Give me all the hints you got. A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila! Now blast that first Innocence. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores Day? Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern. She was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. When you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat and it hurts. You see a flash of silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. What? A strange sensation. I gotta pop some magnesium. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust and the ice and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first instance? It wasn't Dolores Day. Is it Sola? Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a defied model of history. She's often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn of the century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? The Paracarnassian? Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro? That's how I'm Franco Negro? I don't know. Presumed, that sounds worse actually. Presumed as such and called him pious. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's that they invented God and the equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standards away from measuring people's love for Aurum. Sounds like my kind of guy. As the first instance, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It was presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Okay, try again. I trust you've got my back. An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident, or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter. Yes, so interesting, but I thought you'd give me the answer to the question. I can do better. Okay, so, commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help? No. Damn. Dolores. No, stop talking about Dolores. Vesper Messenia. Incorrect. Vesper Messenia is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vesper and Messenia. Care to try again? Franco Negro? Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified the hereditary rule. But at the same time, he ended serfdom and established the interinsulary real and the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility, provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control, no problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. Negro. Okay, that's the right one. That's the right pronunciation. I wasn't sure which pronunciation was less offensive. Okay, I kept flip-flopping. Hang on, I'm putting up my hand-eye coordination. By the way, I need this to be higher. Got it under control, no problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. You gonna be helpful this time? I could use a hint. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party during the time of the Paracarnassian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spent its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. Sigh heavily out loud. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. Erno Pasternak? Oh, I got that one right first. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false instances. Some assume, if this book falls apart after I finish reading it and I can't go back and choose the other options, I'm going to be mad. There have been a number of counter or false instances, some of assumed to have innocent qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Erno Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch, you've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest instance? The most important of them all, the most precious of humankind. I've got it. Honest. Okay, are you sure this time? I'll buy it. Hit me. Of course. This is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro. You're absolutely certain of this? 0 doubts. Oh, it was actually her. You know, I'm picking Dolores this time. Dolores Day. Correct! Haha! The mask might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from interinsular travel to the connected world to the 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems to be less human somehow and more beautiful. And more beautiful. And more beautiful. Why is my pain threshold talking about this? Congratulations on finishing the test. The results in your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a C. Vaguely passable. A solid effort with nothing much to show. Nice going, mediocrity man. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit. Damn you, arrogant butt. Lieutenant is jolted away by your furious cursing. What's going on with you? It's so smart, goddamn. Okay, Lieutenant stares at you, his visage unflinching. You're shouting at an inanimate object like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers. Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out, forget about it. Okay, I can read it again if I want to. Actually, why don't we? You catch any of that? Your educational survey is done. Did you no. Okay, I can definitely do better this time. Seems rather unfair to try again if you already know the answers, but sure, if this makes you feel better. Okay, we already went through this one. Dolores Day. Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and was even critical to the inacentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she's not often considered the strongest. Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, and self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again? Please relax. Okay, so it's Franco Negro. Kedra? Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Mundi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ermolen mountain range and the Basantic Mare Interregnum. Care to try again? Stepan the Despicable? Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, a region of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedra conquest instead of the despotic Erno Pasternak. Would you like to try again? Dolores. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She wasn't true. She was true. Franco Negro? Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, while many people, especially the Mesques, consider him a father figure due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego, I think I did that right? Argues differently. Another choice, perhaps. Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad. Yes, obviously. Erno Pasternak. Incorrect. He was a violent bastard out to torture, maim, and kill whoever stood in his way. He was also a false innocence, disqualifying him from being the greatest and most important, and most precious to humankind. Would you like to try again? Okay, and that's everything. An F for failure, blah, blah, blah. Close the book. And finally, medicinal purposes of the pail. Oh, wait, hang on. A small green book giving off a peculiar foreboding impression, though it's hard to figure out why. It describes the various ways of healing debilitating ailments through the use of the pale, some of which are found implausible at best. Medicinal purposes of the pale. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols. Open it. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book. What's a pharmacopoeia? You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. Those crafty Seolites. I'm just kidding. No. It's all quackery, in other words. I'm getting so much money. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain the descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies. Anything here about restoring lost memories? There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition. I just want something that will soothe the relentless torment of my existence. What you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that. Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover? There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot? Alright, book, let's see what you got. First, you need to choose a base ingredient. Ooh. Ginger, obviously, for the stomach. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. No, you don't add more whiskey. That's a trap. Boil it with a tea. And some ginseng. The ginger root will help with nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy as a nice bonus. Great, where can I get all this stuff? From the Pale, of course, or perhaps from Enterprising Entrepreneur. Where you would find one of those, though, the book doesn't say. Oh, man. 2 shots of vodka. How many combinations are there here? Sprig of fresh mint. Tea. Ginseng. Wait, I didn't say tea. I didn't say ginger root. The tincture you've invented sounds intriguing, but its medicinal value is suspect to say the least. Safe to say it won't cure your hangover. Whoever wrote this never heard of the hair of the dog. Fuck this book. See if there's a bar that'll open that'll still serve you. Let's do one more. Common meadow rue, paste with some aloe vera, spoonful of sugar. You created a delicious tincture of whiskey and gin. No, I haven't! No, I haven't. I have not included either of those ingredients in the... Excuse you? According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though in your experience it's only done the opposite. This is not correct. This book is wrong. Well, you can find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book says it's good for you, so that would be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stop this. This doesn't even... it doesn't make any sense. Alright. That's enough literacy. We have another board game to buy. The We're All game. What about all these We're All things? Lousy auras there, she shudders. No, role-playing games are popular among those types, you know, who are into those kinds of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. They have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though. She looks at the table, crossing her arms. I want to buy the We're All game. If you say so, she gives you a curious glance. You better stay away from those immoral occult rituals. Hey, where's Annette? Oh, she's probably asleep. It is late. Oh, hang on. Are the boys back down here? I think Renee dies on day 5, so there's like extra dialogue. No, they're obviously not here right now. That's fine. Oh, Clausy's still up. That's cool. I tell her about the buoy before I do the we're all game. Because I don't want to waste any more time. Found your buoy. It was empty, just seawater. Her eyes widen. Oh. Did you take the documents? No, of course not. I said it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them. Perhaps the people who were after you took it. She thinks for a moment, then shrugs. They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I wasn't followed. I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably... She waves a cigarette, just washed away. You're probably lying, but I don't have any evidence, so... Just to remind you, she is a corporate spy, so she is a known deceiver. Alright, going outside to play some roll. High Pasternal Fantastique Populaire board game, illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's a 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module and can't be played without the main game. Oh, well, what the fuck? I got scammed! Large letters on the front form a title. We're all. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids, some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings. Examine it. Text underneath the title reads in smaller typeface. The text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads: 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures. Shake, shake. Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice, plastic miniatures, a fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder? None of that witless man from Heimdall fascist dross hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Royale is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Royale is pure imagination. Look at the back. A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life, escape to Whirl. Leave behind isolas and nations with their petty squabbles, discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique, unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Whirl. Can your band of adventurers save the world? Yes, we're ready to take on the challenge. Exactly, that's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters hunted by eye-skiller riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quests. Nobody can spell the word magic normally anymore. Pisses me off. Open the box. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine. A single one? Look at the map. A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads Lands of Rural. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes, and seas also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map. Well, it's not real. The booklet. A quick guide to the magical races of Whirl. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are, in order of importance, the Welkin, the Duergar, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies. Read about the Welkin. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful. Hang on, hold on, I gotta check my, Yeah, I think we're good. Wasn't sure if I had anything else I was missing. I was thinking about my checklist while I was doing this. With long flowing hair and pointy ears, they're known for being powerful magic users. They also can hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. Sounds overpowered. The Welkin come in a variety of exciting subraces. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do. Read about the Duergar. A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. Dwarves. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Dwargers also come in a few different subraces: Hill Dwarger, Shield Dwarger, and Dark Dwarger. Read about the humans. They're humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats and jacks of all trades. Read about the fairies. Very small race of flying people known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies. Read about the pygmies. The least popular of the Wirral races, the pygmies are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies. Sounds pretty based, honestly. Look at the die. It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy. Take it. You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. Look at the figurine. You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of firearm. Huh, interesting. A communard. That doesn't sound very Wirral-like. It is not. The communards are not part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. Someone should make a role-playing game about the revolution. Good luck finding people who want to play as communards. Take it. You pick up the figurine by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. Close the box. Put it away. I think this is actually important for something else. What a nice little figurine. A turn of the century leftist revolutionary in ragged clothes. On his head lies a lopsided hat, seemingly a Ushanka. In his hand he carries a little musket. I think you can get an achievement for this. Hold on. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should probably look at the stained glass window in the church as well. Something I forgot to do. Thankfully, we're going back there. We're back near there. Gonna visit Roy one more time. Dig up a truly cool figurine from the box on the table. What? Oh, I failed it! Damn it, the one time I don't save. Yeah, it's all the way back there. No way. Alright, well, while we're on our way back, I think I need hand-eye coordination. Actually, I think I'll need physical instrument right now. I'll make a note of whatever gives me hand-eye coordination as well, because my head is very, very small. Ooh. Oh, yep. That's what we're doing. That's how we're doing it. Those shoes don't work, though. Hold on. There we go. Now we're doing it. All right. Stop by the shack. Rest my wounds. Good night, Kemp. Good night, officer. Did you get the bullet? Did I get a bullet? You're supposed to find a bullet in here, right? Did I get it already? I got pareidolia. Where's the floorboard? Hang on. I'm gonna go back to Cape Side Apartments because I think that's where the other one is. If we can't find a bullet for it, there's at least the alternative option, which I won't spoil. Where's it going? Oh yeah, over here. And now you save, you asshole. Yeah, I can't go in here either. This is where the other bullet's supposed to be. I'm hoping that they just went into the gun and that's why I don't have them in my inventory. I'm hoping I didn't like sell them accidentally. Or some shit. Not this bullet, that's the wrong bullet. So yeah, I should probably have it. Yeah. Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. The polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. I think my hand recognizes it. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. This is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything else, because there's always a rational, always a rational, sensible, reasonable solution to every situation. Sheathe it and know you have the moral high ground. Buy a gun and not use it? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I should probably put it away. Hold on. Seems slightly inappropriate. We'll be equipping that bad boy for something later. Yeah, but I'm actually going to look that up just really quickly. I'm doing a lot of Googling because I just want to finish this up as best as I can. Oh, there's a slot for bullets? Hang on. There is. Yep, I've got 2 bullets. Okay. They have a fucking dedicated slot in your inventory. That's why I didn't see them. Good to know. Alright. We sleep for the final time. Well, not yet, but whatever. Place feels almost like a home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness can warmth come fast. You're falling asleep. It's easier this time, drifting off. Your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea until they're suddenly light. This respite, you've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember. But I've been bad. I haven't earned this. No. Is this the last dream? No. This is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you, if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn. Enjoy it while it lasts. Thank you, darkness. Thank you. You're welcome, Harry boy. You've earned it. Fall into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits. Go. Alright, yep, just had your existential crisis now, Harry. Come on, come on, come on. I mash buttons to make this go faster? Nope. I'm going to start with the church and the stained glass window. Evening, gentlemen. In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She's impossibly tall, oval-faced, and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her Innocence de Lawrence Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. No. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above you, feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you. As if under a microscope. No, I'm not your bug. As that bitter thought passes through your head, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder with 3 fingers. Make the gesture. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times, and when it's done, you're still standing in the apricot-colored light of the window. The woman smiles her distant smile unmoved, struck in half by the crack in the glass. Ooh. Serves her right. She only cares about her sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting the aerodrome on time to leave. Well, that gives you a buff. This is Dolores Day. The old woman of the village is right. He looks around. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. A small pinewood church with some records. You know the place? It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps just place it. He lowers his voice. It was built for not long after Revachel's founding, 300 or so years ago by first-generation settlers. On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, and the wild reeds. What else do you know? There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast, Les Sept Sœurs they called them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the Revolution or used for building materials. Should be respectful here. Although the building appears to be deserted, I do not believe we'll find the instigator here. Something else, perhaps. Looks at the machinery lying around. There it is again, a small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here. Do you know why it was abandoned? I have a theory, yes. There's a pause, and then he continues. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here. Who conducted this raid? Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure. How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information? You're not sure? 3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I don't remember being here. Pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters. Yeah, I better forget about it. I agree. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now. I'd pursue that quest if this wasn't the last episode. How did I know this was the mother of humanism? Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged near hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being to ever have lived. No amount of Commodore Reb can wipe a mad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still. Imagine you failed, dude, I would be so mad. And it will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. What exactly is innocence? The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. A tyrant? In a way, an innocence elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built from the ground up to accommodate inauthentic rule, should coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions, they are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It's an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. Is one in office now? No, we're alone. Okay, when does she rule? 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of the Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Mundi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel in the connected world. What else do I know about her? Many things. You know, she was a woman of the court, the wife of the influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Cerizine, modern-day Sur Le Clef. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing on her long, slender form like this, dwarfed? Yeah, big bummer. Boring history. Gotta keep it light, man. Keep it moving. Get fucked up instead. Where's this coming from? The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep it away. Fuck this pain, Breton. It's unhealthy. What else? Was she smart? Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract, bridge, and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A similar grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was by all means a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. How come? It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly and often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the New World, a place of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned. Setting in motion was widely considered the greatest area of history, the DeLorean era. Wow. Wow indeed. When her innocence was declared and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with her emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. I want more. As did we all, the lands of Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Super Mundi, altogether 21 of the 40, mondial nations of the time, immediately accepted innocent rule, even before her crowning. Her crowning? In a city called Adevesperasit, in Vespermicinia, her homeland. The name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, and with the canals frozen, and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an empty-out plaza, with the crowd far away. Already her terriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. She must have been beautiful. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, perfect mother, insultingly beautiful, as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by her as Therios placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. Then what? One of the men in the Secret Service killed her 22 years later. A young man who has come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. What? Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds if not thousands of years until it decided to interfere. Interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves, the man was reported to have screamed to the innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body and had been unnaturally warm like a furnace, and sometimes while on duty observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It's commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. There's something terrifying about her? Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it, but terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. Now, there was something bad about her, I want to know. You already do. Although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by Etherios. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of the instances. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaign she waged against the domestic state. And then there were the resettlement programs. What happened? The domestic state tried to detach itself from inauthentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Magritte were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting that those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb. An icon such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you've ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pasantic mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marquis husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. Lieutenant Euphrata, you stood there for over 5 minutes. Lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? Nothing, just looking around. Cool, man. Yeah, look around as much as you want. This is your place, too. We should board that window up, Andre. The voice from the back of the church. People don't want to see that woman when they're dancing. It's unhealthy. How about we don't do that? Annoyed. It's in their voice. She looks cool. Okay. Hey, her innocence Dolores Day like little figurines, right? Like holding little men between your fingers? What? You have the revolutionary soldier figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. What? Win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long-dead historical figure. Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this. I should, yes. This is a task of mine now. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what figurines are for. Reconstruct the glass. Yes. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a leitmotif below them both. What shattered this? Unknown. Who's the older woman? The escutcheon on her throne says Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichschaffel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised, as above. She herself is whole. This is the queen her innocence day advised, above. She herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, Theriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. What does the motto say? Below both women in luminous back letter. Après la vie morte, après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And along the left side, après le monde, le gris, après le gris, le monde de nouveau. After life, death, life again. After the world, the pale, after the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian on human thinking, a tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death. This used to say after life, death, after death, life again. He nods. After the world, the pale, after the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Delorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated into the RCM slogan. No more, however. Why not? It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We're already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. What's the RCM motto now? Justice, union, prudence, and force. Cool. Ice cool. Lieutenant nods. Step back. I can't give his figurine to her. Why? Because she's a stained glass window. There does seem to be a problem. Maybe he meant something else. Like what? Is the task still on? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you, yada yada. Alright, we're done here. Time for shit to get real. Where's the Feld? Over here. Alright, let's get in. An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the Feld building? A building like this might have multiple doors serving various functions, perhaps a basement access. Look in. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. Lieutenant looks over your shoulder. What's in there? Pipe is sleek with rain. Okay, what else? As your eyes adjust, you see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone is half-heartedly spray-painting skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe, a syringe. Can we get into the Feld building through this pipe? Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, a grin flickers across his face, it's highly unlikely and not without risk to our health either. However, this pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. Lieutenant pushes aside the wreath and looks around. He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building. It's right here, a maintenance door. He points to a rusted metal double door on the right of the pipe, obscured by the reeds. Oh yeah, big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it. Haha! This better work. Yes! The metal doors are heavy and the flaking rust hurts your palms, but together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in. Good work. The lieutenant nods toward the impenetrable darkness inside. Shall we? Go in. Save. Should take out your flashlight. Yeah, I should. My flashlight and my gun. We gotta let them know we mean business. File folders on the card, document silver with mold. Gross. Inter-isolary suit jacket, very nice. Gusts of wind, the height feels dizzying. Hang on. There's another one of the bullet traces here, and I don't want to miss it. Okay, that's where it is. Not here. Even the flashlight creeps on the wall. Ooh, revolutionary hat. No thank you, but, you know. Stale fabric, smell of dust. No slept in here months, maybe years. Krasmazov portrait. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazed at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads K. Mazov. There's a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Must the dust off. Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched by an ample mustache and sideburns looks a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of his scope. You shudder. Revolutionary propaganda. The bunk bed. To the bench to the slit window. The beach to the slit window. Could this have been the killer's hideout in this narrow window? The point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary. It does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. Peek out. Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker. Could the killer have used this as a hideout? It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive, but there hasn't been anyone here in ages. I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough. The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. He looks to the exit. After you, officer. Alright, I think up here is who we're after. Blueprint in the sand, one of the souls appears more worn than the other. Something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. It's getting louder. Just gonna peek over here and do some looting. Ooh, polar anorak. Money. Money, money. Hey! Suddenly your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once, but her words are the only ones you can make out. I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse, says the shadowy figure by the machine. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance, but here we are. She says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. No, we didn't pass that one. Cover your ears. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest. You're under arrest. Really now, check this out. She turns the dial in her hand. Oh, I don't know if am I going to survive this? You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain. I should maybe have saved before doing this. You gonna kill me too? No, I'm not gonna fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in this field. The explosion of static you're hearing, it's the ELYSIUM frequency. Blaster from that pale emitter Fat Angus mentioned. I saw your equations. It's the ELYSIUM frequency. Saw my equations, she snorts. You've been sniffing through my lore, you right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. She pauses. Not a fun job manning those stations, all alone out there in the pale. People lose their minds in just a few years. So what we're experiencing is a concentration of radio waves. He gestures towards something with great effort. Precisely, this is industrial-strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions of something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. The upper limit is the large prime number generation station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. I'm glad you're explaining this while my brain is melting. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. You might also hear or think you're hearing local radio chatter. She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose. How'd you get your hands on this thing? I built it myself. She nods towards her torture device. That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented, but we're beyond that, aren't we? Oh yeah, way beyond. She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. What's this goddamn pail anyway? The pail? It's the end of the world. Am I stuck this forever? No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end, she hesitates. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Have you experienced the compressor yourself? Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. This is all great. Let's talk about the man who was killed. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it. So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and herself merely as prey. How am I passing medium checks on rhetoric? Can you just turn it down so I can ask you something? You got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise. If you're looking for a deal, I match this. Oh, Rosalind, oh, Rosalind. Damn, this Ken clutches his head, grimacing. God damn it. She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy. Fine, if you really want to talk, I can dial it down, but I've also got a gun, by the way. She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens. The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. It's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Ooh. Be careful when you make the move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time. How'd you know we were coming? I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. By hiding bullets under floorboards? So you found my shack, huh? Not surprised. Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed. She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman. So nice. She smiles a little smile. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. You're desperate, aren't you? I was, before I caught you in the pale attitude compressor. I'm fine now. That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. Did you shoot Lily? No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt it makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No. She hesitates. He wouldn't have broken first. You're right. Clausy was the first to share his suspicions. Ah, she smiles sadly. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. She couldn't have known I was on the coast. How could you find me? Titus told me. It took some convincing. Ah, fuck. It took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me. I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like. A dull despair is creeping into her voice. How the fuck did the rest of you get by? Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up. I feel like she might misinterpret that situation. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Like what? She adjusted her grip on her gun. I already told you I didn't do it. Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot? Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. Oh god, how much time was it? They say you left to take a really long leak, 15 minutes. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Just can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder. Wow, now I'm curious. Please explain. There's a secret way to the first floor of the whirling to the roof. Don't know it, but also, she frowned, studying your face. Shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we'd all have heard it downstairs. She has a point there. No one mentioned. Pain stops from finishing the sentence. Didn't go super well. You gotta lay something better on her. You're running drugs for the union. I've been through your lorry. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. She shakes her head slowly. Never trust a musician. That really comes as a blow to her. No, he didn't. I found my own way in. Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're gonna arrest me for drug trafficking? A bitter smile. Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her. You had a financial incentive to kill the merc. Man, to get away from all the murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer for the Union. Ugh. Lieutenant's unable to articulate his question. She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later. Got lucky being a dispatcher. I never had to do any of that really dirty work myself. This gun, she glances at it, has only been used for self-defense against serious scum. She turns the knob down just a millimeter. There, it's going to be easier to reach the machine now. But you're threatening us with it. Kim's going through it. Based on what I've heard about you, you are a serious scum, she responds, holding her gaze. There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you. You say that Lely was a likable person? I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable psychs. Did you feel protective of the Union? Yeah, sure, and I didn't like Wild Pine sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here. She didn't hate him, okay? Alright, fine. You have a gun. And? Where'd you get it? The gun store. What gun store? Trigger Happy Jacks. That doesn't sound like the name of a real store. What did you think? I'm gonna squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that kind of gal. Do you collect guns? Maybe old rifles? No, they're not practical. Break too often. Do you have another gun somewhere? Sure don't. A breech loader? No. This is such a wipeout. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, you like to hang out on rooftops? Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausy's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof? Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shadow had come from afar. Okay, let's take a step back. Yeah, where? More questions before doing anything. I mean, I'm pretty good already, but knowing this game is gonna fuck me. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him. There hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio. Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late listening on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez. Police radio? You've been following the case? Who hasn't? She shrugs. You know, I can still see him there in Clausy's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. So what happened on Sunday night? Tell me your version. She eyes you warily as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation. It's okay. We just want to... He struggles to finish the sentence. Alright, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Clausy comes in all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. I grab a seat next to her. Clausy said you knew something was wrong immediately. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. Wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. Yeah, she's such a dude. She can't even read women. She asked me to come upstairs, the merc. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah. Yeah, it looked like he'd been hanged. Clausy said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you got there. What? No, faking a lynching was her idea. She looked shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed? Her idea? Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It's like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. Clausy knew exactly what she was doing. She can't remain calm under pressure otherwise. It's bad that she be calm. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. You think she killed Lily herself? I keep telling you, Kyle, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing. But even if this is true, the lieutenant forced himself to finish the sentence. Weren't you worried the lynching might lead to a war? She pursed her lips. The thought crossed my mind, but the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Oh, the way things are going. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I guess. You didn't kill him, why hide? I saw you roll into town. Wasn't about to stick around for questioning by goddamn La Puta Madre agent. That strange distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself. What do you mean La Puta Madre, agent? Yes, you. She looks at you quizzically. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener. Ow, I'm getting hurt again. Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell, and why me? You hear the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. It feels like a vein exploded. If I die, dude, I'm gonna be mad. Who's everyone? How do you know this? Everyone in Jamrock, the cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? She knows that about you, and she must know your real name too. Well, I already know my fucking name. Puta Madre. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right? Yeah, I like how you got mad at my pronunciation last time, but you never noticed that this is a male criminal called Madre. Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. No, that was a real question. Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. What'd you do to this Madre anyway? You've been to my lore. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? She pauses. Now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular or plural? She might know something. Means motherfucker, basically. When I came into town, was there anyone with me? Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Who was in this squad? It wasn't this scrawny dude. She nods to her lieutenant. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. What else can you tell me? One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. The woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. She narrows her eyes. That sound about right? Satellite Officer Vic Lemaire looks out from the window grimly and puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. You need to take a room in here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstand. He can give us a ride. I think I know them. They're in Martinez. Oh, God. Alright, we're okay. We're okay. Alright, we're just smashing the machine. I don't care about the bunker. I don't care about anything else. Break the fucking machine. Sure, I'm taking my time. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... You okay, Kim? Lieutenant Hunch is recovering. All good, officer. Be careful. She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles. Ah, fuck it. She puts the barrel of the gun in her mouth. What are you doing? Problem solving, she mutters. Man, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You're... Oh, yes, it is. Convince her to put the gun down. Ooh. You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself, so why is it not coming to you? Why am I standing here like an idiot? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. She doesn't deserve to die like this. No, wait, finally. It comes to you. A way to connect with her. I know your pain. I have also been let down by women. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Okay. I'm fucking losing my mind, dude. I am losing my fucking mind. Holy shit. Oh my god. I don't blame her. Yeah, reasonable reaction, honestly. Completely understand. My bad, I'm sorry. She flashes you an incredulous grin, then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch her brains trickle out through her neon hair. Ugh. That would also be the final nail in my coffin. Jesus Christ, that's fucking... Oh my god, it's terrible. My bad rhetoric comes back to bite me one more time. Oh, speaking of, I have a skill point. That's going right into there. There we go. Oh god. Fuck. Lieutenant stands motionless, watching the blood pool in the sand. Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too. I don't know what that does. I'm not gonna click that. Okay. Compose yourself. What do we do now? We clean up. He looks around. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. Don't mention my blunder, okay? I tried valiantly, but it was just too late. He squints into the darkness. That tent there. Oof. Ooh, $8. Fuck yeah. She's rich. Ooh. Oh. Useful. Thank you, Lord. Oh, man. I'm like actually... Ooh. I actually like cried a little bit from laughing so hard. The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands and was used for camping out. She was used to camping out. Look inside. You see a rolled up sleeping bag and personal belongings. She put her in the sleeping bag so the rats don't get to her. Alright, let's carry her over there. Lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines, you should look through them. Shining a flashlight on them. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover, and another a ghost airship. You'll see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines. See anything? The lieutenant peeks over your shoulder. Sift through the magazines. Riga Monthly, Journal of Material Science, More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have an image on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook. A notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by motionless. You should read this immediately, like right now. Good plan. Well-loved journal with brown leather cover on the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. Seems to have served a loyal friend to a lonely traveler. Thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around their back pocket. Examine the cover. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationary brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. Unwind the strap. The journal falls open. About two-thirds of its ruled pages have been filled. Study the handwriting. Large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above it in the margins. Flip through the pages. A mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated. Could learn a lot from this. Kind of logistics. Ugh. Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions. There could be useful information about local operations in these notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this. Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Same. What are the diagrams of? Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Sketches, calculations of distance and density. Make out a familiar spiral shape. Anything personal? Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass time on the road. Also would appear to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. How far back do the entries go? First entries from August 2nd of last year read simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. What'd she write the day Lily died? Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault. Except, that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. Anything about La Puta Madre? The name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. No mention of La Puta Madre. What about this M? He points to the page you're staring at. Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th. You're here now? I thought you were here the whole time. You missed you missed me fucking up the rhetoric check to keep Ruby from killing herself. That was fucking hilarious. Read the entry from March 9th. Great, M's peon is coming to town. No doubt to investigate the lynching. But also I feel in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. While I'm napping in my lawyer on a smoke break, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. It did not work, yeah. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. It's easy to do something like this. Kill her. Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to. What a coincidence. Is it? Can you be sure? What if you are secretly being manipulated by La Puta Madre as you pursue this investigation? What if you wiped your memory on purpose? Read the entry of March 12th. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people. The boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. You have to know if you threaten people. They take measures to protect themselves. You and I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? Still hear his voice on the receiver, taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition. What's the most recent entry? Most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave her alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime. Even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run? Not really my idea of an open road. I was really looking forward to winning. I don't think she killed the mercenary. Lieutenant taps on the page. Looks like she might have been framed. This whole thing was a detour and a fatal one, he thinks. Wow, yeah, Claus, he lied to us and got a woman killed. Fantastic. Don't get emotional. Okay, what do you mean framed? By the Hardy Boys. By Clausy, by us. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? No, I don't think you are. He looks you straight in the eye for a moment, then sighs. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You could feel it. Who do you think killed the merc? Clausy was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself? Or... But no one heard the shot. Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain, we have business back in the Whirligin Rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it. Yes, we should get to that right now. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Oh, wait. Bratan, now is the time. Time for what? Oh, you'll see. It feels like the tide is rubbing itself against your chest like a cat in heat. First, the spirits, the blue medicinal spirits. Grab the bottle and uncork it. It's time to unleash the other world. Wait, right now? A woman just died and you think now is a good time to party? Bratan, life and death are inseparable. There's a party when you're born, a party every year to celebrate that birth, and a party when you're put in the ground. Yeah, what's the problem, man? Why shouldn't there be a party when you die? Look at Kim. And besides, this isn't even about that. You have no idea what this is about. This is going to be so off the hook. It's going to be off all hooks. Slowly uncorked the blue medicinal spirit. The bottle opened to a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth were as crisp as the northern winds. Howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain. An ancient warmth crawls into your skin. Now, Bertan, take me off. What? I didn't know I could do that. Breton, have I ever lied to you? Just take me off. The necktie tugs encouragingly at your neck. Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing. Now what? Now put me in the bottle. But why? Trust me, just trust me. You and I are going to have so much fun it should be illegal. I suspect that it might be. Just put me in the bottle, Breton. I'm not going to let you down. You and I are like the same person. As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. There they quickly dissolve and disappear randomly. Cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol, the fabric looks almost new again. No longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine. Look at Kim. Yeah, I know. That's why I pointed out. But like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Indian Ocean. What next? The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost an earthly grace. Necktie? There's silence. Cork the bottle and put it away. Lieutenant's been observing you quietly all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up. Gotta ask, he says, a peculiar look in his eyes. What are you doing? In my family, when someone dies, you put a piece of clothing in a bottle as a sign of eternal respect. That makes absolutely no sense, he thinks for a moment. But I guess every family has its own traditions. Let us not linger, we have a great big mess to figure out. He turns to face the road ahead. Alright. Wait, where'd I come in from? Hello? Oh, over here, yeah. Wrong place. Alright, we're coming there and we're strapped. I'm a white guy and I'm here to kill. The wolf will eat the sun. Do we do the spirit bomb? Does it require the same check as just shooting? You know what? Why not? I'm a white girl and I'm here to find a missing cat. Yeah. I almost forgot about that. Me when the problem with generic middle-aged white man is it's not generic young white woman. That was an utterly baffling critique. Made my entire day. Okay, I'm gonna do a cheeky little save. A hard save. Okay? Important save. If this fucks up, I'm going to have to restart probably. Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You're prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. It's glowing in your hand, ready to serve. The oily tail end of your necktie turned fuse glistens with the cool spring light. Kim, there's danger up ahead. Yeah, I hear commotion. Let's go. I'm ready to do this. Good. You're ready to take damage. Alright. Time for the fun part. I'm not a lot of shits to give, loincloth. There's a feverish gleam in his eyes. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. Titus remains calm. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through, alright? Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this loincloth shit fuck. This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls into the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him. It's dangerous. Shh. Lieutenant raises his left hand. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget about this. The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. Your tone is frighteningly emotionless. I think we just kill everyone, Cordy. You're all drunk. Come to your senses. She sounds very sure of herself. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost. Easy, Lizzie. His voice is almost gentle. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas? He's facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful. He sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Oh yeah, I forgot about peaceful. Sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them. Fuck, there's a third one. How do you miss something like this? Lieutenant points to a helmeted figure. The third one, he's the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. He has a big fucking gun and he's extremely drunk. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in. What do we do? The plan is to not get killed. He puts his hand on his holster, but we have to intervene. Big one's the mercenary at the gates. This turns into a firefight. We should take them out first. We're out of time. This is the mercenary tribunal. Stop! This is the police. Look at me! I'm ready! Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice. Honestly, this probably would have looked better with the gun, but honestly, whatever. He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards. I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. So which one is it? Who's right? He is. I was wrong. Pig fuck! The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. Oh yeah. Pig fuck! That's actually how he talks, I think. I see you're drunk. Oh yeah, welcome to the fucking party. He looks around. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops. No one is gonna kill anyone. Let's put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsing glow. It feels enticing somehow. Alright, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face. Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have to soften him up first. Present an argument. Okay, yeah. So this is basically the final boss of the game. If we stand there quietly, we're all going to die. So, we have to do something. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. Yeah, so what? Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this. Ah, he wipes the sweat from his brow. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier. Enough already. What is this? The woman's voice is furious. We didn't come here to fucking chat. Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva on his mouth. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. Think I care what that company cunt thinks? He laughed. It's a hollow laughter. Sorry about that. Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people. The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. We're working together. She knew you're out of control. She told me. She's gone, you stupid fuck. He points to the sea. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you silos. Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. Titus shouts to his men in the background. The company bitch is gone. Lely's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole? He looks around, tired and suddenly sad even. Guys, the little guy breaks formation. I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun. Hold your ground. Oh, fuck him. Titus turns to his men as the other one runs to the yard. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together. They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon, one by one. No, the rest will stay. They'll hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you. Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy. Rude? Rude is the killer. The armored woman smiles a vicious smile. Rude, the killer hung colon. He doesn't talk much. All of you fucking cunts inside out. What was that, Rude? Rip you open. The killer? The gunner. He gestures toward himself. The raidist. He nods toward the woman. The killer. He points toward the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate. What do you think he does? There on the rim of Helen Cohen's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. Count the figures. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men serve in Seminame, the native islanders. Kills black people? That's right. Ooh, damn. I'm just pumping hand-eye coordination right now. That's right, he stares at you with watery eyes. Plenty of kips here in Revachol too. Let's fucking do it. The man presses through his teeth. His hand is on his belt. Gene, easy. Easy now. Think of an argument. Come on. Okay. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenel would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely. Oh, shit. I actually don't know. Even cheating, it didn't say which one is the right one. I guess they're all technically right for the purpose of giving you the positive modifier, but it's just a matter of which question I want to ask. Just the question: who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel? I'm a Krenel major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. So you are the highest ranking of the three of you. Nah, I just have the biggest gun. He grabs on his armor-barreled-like chest. Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now. Hold on, what's the highest ranking Krenel? King Reaper, he says, without irony. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed. You're right, but you see... Paused and smiles. I want it to end in bloodshed. Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else. And his hand is off the gun. This did something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The bustle on your back tins up. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out. No, if I do that, Elizabeth's gonna die. Yeah, I don't even think that's going to work. This is very good. I feel like if I fail this check, I'm going to get a bad modifier. Actually, hang on. I'm cheating. What the fuck? I can look this up. Oh wait, it actually gives you a... Oh, never mind. Hang on. We're taking this anyway. Talk about the hangman. Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it. He doesn't seem stable at all. Ever better. It will further destabilize him, costing him time and maybe even lives. I feel like I got to know your dead friend during our investigation. You don't fucking talk to me about my brother, loincloth. Squeezes the words out from between clamped hit lips, his hand on his pistol. Oh wait, no, that was a lie. Okay. Yes, immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully. Oh god, if that fucks me up. Okay, never mind. Burn, bitch! With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backwards. In the fiery inferno, you see your tide, coiling around the man's neck, is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure. I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry. It calls out to you one last time. What's going on with that guy? This guy? Well, his face is cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance that requires you to be on fire. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's dying in a horrible, painful death as you're talking your tie in your head. It smells like steak on the grill, the burning flesh in your nostrils. May he find peace by his brother. It's good to see you still have capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you are a good man. Wait, I didn't even know your name. My name, should you know it, is a Jupson AS men's fashion model colorful tie, Cadillac number J327. I know so little about you. How did we meet? One day, a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really down, like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again. Jupson AS Cadillac number J327 shown on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile. Nothing will ever heal me, but at least I have a funny time. And from that last moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then. We took care of that soon enough. Did we have any fun? Truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider, go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you. What's wrong with me? Your heart is broken, Bratushka, and can't be mended. Believe me, I've tried. Am I gonna stay like this forever? No, you're gonna be mowed down by gunfire from the 2 remaining mercs, so no, not forever. Who broke my heart? You both did, Breton. Deep down you know it was the both of you. No, it was her mostly. Don't lie to a necktie. Who knows? Goodbye, necktie. Spirit is eternal. See you on the other side. The necktie disintegrates into molten heat. Its last remaining embers letting out a pop and a crack that sounds like... Harry, for God's sake, watch out! To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Ister AR FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles, it will devastate you. At least I have the chest plate. Kim, where's Kim? In the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader's still on fire. Think. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eye in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots on the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we can use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right. He aims further right. Get him to overshoot. Ooh, this is gonna be tough. Oh, yes! Sick with it! You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels the lightest of tucks. Joy, I'm alive! The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out! To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim. God, please, the lieutenant says quietly, without trembling. He aims. Face pale. He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Kim, did you hit the rifleman? Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant, who screamed. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out! You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you. Through the burning meat and the flames, with his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you and he squeezes the trigger. Oh yeah, we're not dodging this one. Look him in the eye. The look of vengeance, framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth, but he will do it. He will end you. Here it comes. Death. Let it happen. Yeah, you can't dodge that shot, and if you try, it actually makes it worse. You simply blink, and something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body's on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it. Listen through the darkness. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, and dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass. Stop! The cop. Protect the cop. He's down. Touch your lower body. Feel slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what happened here. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you've got. Parts of me are missing. Most of what's down there. Oh God. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No, it's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway. What do I see? Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them like a hellish play. You're bleeding out. Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there. Stay with me. You feel burning hot tears steaming from your eyes. She would have started loving me again, but I called her, now she won't. Yes, keep talking. The lieutenant pushes down your wound hard. You hear me? Stay awake. But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow, towering. Okay, good. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down your wound with both hands. Kim truly trusts you. We have that. If I fail this check, I'm going to be so mad. No, Kim! Yes. No, you scream. Behind you! From your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of his motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim, and then the whole world. Fall into total darkness. This is death. One more door, baby. One more door. Will I be a ghost now? Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there, screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest. No, let me back into the fight. The fight? There is no fight. The fight's over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You've laid here forever. Keep falling. Deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body's not taking it. Oh God, no, he's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting and moaning in his sleep. And rotting and being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep. You can't go, not before the case is solved. There's a radio in the distance. A radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, ELYSIUM. Soon you'll return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more. Speaking of water. Hours turn to days. Soon he'll get up again and go through it. Again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside, the clarion call. It was him. He's the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double then triple from the pain. Alive. Sunrise Parabellum, the lieutenant says. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. I'll go to Inland Empire for the last one. The piss jacket. He didn't wear the piss jacket. What are you talking about? Would you say sunrise? Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. My gun, it's engraved on it. Cops like it. Is it war today? The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I'm relieved to say. He looks out the window. I think we may have held it off for now. He unzips his bomber jacket, barely. Good. Yes, we've also completely failed, but that's okay. What happened? What happened? He threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the major. A firefight ensued. Is he dead? Very. He died in the hospital. A blood-stained killer. Swallow. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting him. He missed, or you dodged. I dodged. Then I shot and wounded him while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. He nodded. It was meant for me. Glenn didn't survive. This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charge. Angus and Theo didn't make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So did Alan, the musician. I forget his name. Eugene? Yeah, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, DePaul, before she got the jump on me. Thank you. I killed her. Lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it. A bitter smell fills the room, and that's what happened. Thought you only smoked one a day. This is the one. And they're dead, all three of the contractors? DePaul was the last to die. You know, as Everett had their bodies returned to Krenel for a funeral. The company's yet to retaliate. Oh, well, that's very nice of him. Why? Because we deterred them, or Joyce did. Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe, he breathes in the fumes, thinking, maybe they're simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. How many casualties on the Union side? 3. Glenn Theo Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat. And that's all. Not that bad, all things considered. Oh no, officer, he says calmly without accusation. It's pretty bad. 6 people are dead. Plus 1, Ruby. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The hornets did not get into the beehive. He rubs his swollen chin. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And he smiles. We're still alive, both of us. He did not expect you both to survive once you step between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back, you have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes. How bad am I hurt? Reasonably bad. He was shot in the left quadriceps, and that's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully. No major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed, and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. Can I walk? We'll see. If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you were going to have to become a psycho-locomotor. Say, I'm a psycho-locomotor. Good, you'll need to be whatever that is. Has anyone from my station been to see me? No. A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving and the man lights a cigarette. Jean Vacumer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, a harbor cranes rise into the sky. Back to that shithole, he says. Really? I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they sent officers to join you on the site. You haven't seen any, have you? There's a pause. I'm sure they're worried about you. Not my station. Who treated me? I did. Thank you. No need. Are you hurt? Not very. He rubs his chin. I have a concussion from that woman beating with the butt of her gun. I try not to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. There's a pause. Thank you. I didn't see her coming. Stupid of me. Okay. Get up. Sunrise Parabellum. Easy now. The lieutenant turns double again. Before your eyes. An orange hue of pain. How are you? Ugh. Lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet. He thinks you should sit back down. Back straight now. You're not sitting anywhere. What happens now, Kim? I honestly don't know. I don't know either. We can't talk to Everard, though. Harbor's on lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Joyce is gone? Yeah, she left yesterday morning to meet the board of wild pines. That's what I heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Krenel from sending in the death squad. Looks out the window. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her in. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Clausy too. You should really have arrested her, you know. Wait, Clausy's gone? Oh yeah, he nods. She left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gardy. Turns out it was a bad idea to not arrest her, but maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven. Who would have figured? Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man? It was just a job to find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspects is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all, it's a ruin. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. His voice is calm, matter-of-factly. So much more. Clausy has escaped? Absolutely, he nods. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed up. He's made his peace with it. He's had the time to do so. It's because I'm La Puta Madre's peon, isn't it? Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol rest are his peons. Even if you are, it's not a decisive factor in this case. There's still a 28% possibility a shot came from a distance. You should go upstairs. We think the ballistics in situ. A light nod through some pain. I agree with this. What else? See, there's that. You can do ballistics. Antique bullet from a Bell McGraw 4.46 millimeter. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be? It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless. Goddamn footprint. There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them. But they seem so mysterious. Just gonna say nothing. Something's creeping me out around. Something's creeping around out here. I can sense it. What is something? Something, he repeats. Does not sound like he's enthused about the something. The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet. He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window and then back at you. It's morning outside, you think? You know what I think about solving crimes? He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead. Solving crimes is hard. It really is very hard. The concussion must be making him dizzy. You're not ready to give up, are you? No. There's a short pause. Are you ready to limp? I'm ready. Good. There's a pause. Where do you want to limp to? A gust of wind blows from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof of the upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust. You should check Clossey's room upstairs. Why not? He extinguishes a cigarette on the side of his boot. No look at the window, perhaps. The one he was shot through? I don't know. I can't think of anything better. To solving the case. Honor cop does not take a break. Ooh, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Sorry, but I gotta complete this game. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and off the roof. Thread is tied to the antenna. Honor cop always injures his leg. Hang on, what do we do about this? You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard in the wall. This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us. Lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly. A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime, then widen into rays of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. Where's the thread lead? Suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant, possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay. Trying to tell us the shot came from the islet? Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. This is where that thread seems to point. There are ruins on that island. A sunken sea fort I saw through the coin-operated viewer. I remember. He looks out the window and into the bay. I actually know how to do this. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? Of course we don't trust her. I don't know. At this point, he stops mid-sentence. What difference does it make? This is the only point of origin we have ruled out yet. So it is. For a second he seems tired. You seem enthusiastic. I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep in the past few days. He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. Maybe we need to go to the island? The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. There, across the gray water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower. I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one on the island, the coin-operated viewer. Could be the makings of a sniper's nest. He nods. Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing. I'm going to the island. You in? Of course, he nods. Of course I'm in. He takes a second to gather himself and says, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Lily and the net picker, she's tarring her boat. Ah, yes, of course, the village. Let's go. Garty. Oh, you're up. He looks you over. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. I did, thank you. Very big improvement. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you. Let's be fair, defending this establishment is clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was a crazy move. Crazy effective. Petroleum bomb. Never seen anything like that. I was there until it struck him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, clears his throat. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, he raised his finger. You and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free. The drinks are not. Yeah, it's just felt the need to specify that. Where'd everyone go? Oh, you know, he looks around the empty place. People intend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. After the man with sunglasses. I remember everyone who comes here. He shakes his head. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. It must be a fad. Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony. Yeah, I was. Yeah. He nods, trying to remain aloof. That's because I'm a badass. You say it as two different words like that. It sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Yeah, well, fuck you too then. You have any more questions or your stylistic pronunciation advice? He's not too offended. The experience has changed something in him. That's good. I'm all about improving people's lives. Hey, you're still here. Yeah, no comment on the shooting? Okay. He's just fearless. I like him like that. Oh, hey, Titus. How you doing? Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer and welcome. Crazy motherfucker. He lets out a whistle. Didn't think you had the fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. There I was thinking, where are we going to find a tin opener large enough for those cans? And Capo Loco shows up and just sets the man on fire. Impressive shit, Copper. None of us would be breathing right now if it wasn't for... He paused and extends his hand. I guess what I'm trying to say here is thank you. His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, his hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances. Now you'd thank me just doing my job. Well, cheers anyway. Unbelievably boring fuck. It's got an achievement. Well, cheers anyway, Copper. He raises his whiskey bottle in salute. I'm sorry about the people you lost. His bruised face stiffens. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy out with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. Hang on. My fucking phone screen glitched. Okay. But Angus, he gulps. He was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear. Here it comes. The last one's the worst one. Only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic. Effective. Glenn was my friend. Best I ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. Just a sip of his beer. We're all fucked without him, but what do you do? The job's shit. Hold on, what about that shanky fella? Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He shakes his head. Better run real fast now. Real fast. Titus makes no attempt to hide his disgust. Grief-stricken anger boils in him. They're good people. I'm sorry it went like that. Oh yeah, memento mori, right? Memento mori, remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around to the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly life and the transient nature of all earthly pursuits. In essence, it means one should live virtuously in this life to live better in the afterlife. I'm not sure that really applies here. Sure it does. He nods confidently and raises his whiskey bottle. Like every day is your last. Live every day like it's your last, because you might be dead tomorrow. I guess. It's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now. First, we're gonna find Dennis. I'm gonna find Dennis here in Texas. I'm gonna find him and I'm gonna fucking kill him. The tone of his statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though we were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block. Yeah, you're a guy, your responsibility. Do what feels right. Lieutenant shakes his head but doesn't say anything. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs. He nods without really listening. We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then, he thinks for a moment, let's take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. He pauses. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy is standing there, we'll be the Hardy Boys. You know what happened to Clausy? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again. Same here, man. He shrugs and tries to look at his shit. Any idea what I should do now? Judging by the sight of you, he looks at your bandages. I'd suggest crawling to bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other. You know, go pay Monica a visit in Jamrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Revachol. You know, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now. Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Elaine. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers. Little did they know, Kim is gay. You're welcome, Binoclard. Titus' response is completely unironic. You're all right in my book. So long, fellows. Be good so I don't have to come back here again. Take care, Coppers, he says with a warm smile. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice. He nods to you then to the lieutenant. Capo Loco and the normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Jamrock. Scars make the best tattoos, they say. Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops will step in that line of fire, but you did. If you ever feel like the uniform's holding you back, I got a few vacancies. You'd make one hard Hardy boy, Copper. Yeah, no thank you. And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead. The RCM could use a man like you, Titus. Think about it. Oh, I got another achievement. Hardy's Heroes. Pour one out for social democracy. I will, Capo. That's a promise. Puts his can down. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some morning and drinking to do. Take it easy on the drink. The danger's not past. This town needs you on your feet. Good point, Binaclard. Hardy looks his beer. We'll keep the volume under 12% tonight. Character development. What the fuck is this shit? One day I'll return to your side. The graffiti has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull. Look, Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. Lieutenant Crouch was touching the fuel oil with his finger. Looks like it, yes. Still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. The return. Is there anything to do with the return clause he was waiting for? Could be. In Revachol West, someone somewhere is always whispering about Libertor. He squints his eyes at the writing. It's an arid graffiti meant for coalition aerostatics in the lower troposphere. The return to her side. I smell heavy fuel oil. And blood. Some of it's even yours. Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? Step back, Lieutenant. The fuel oil catches fire immediately. With a low hiss, a bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message, mingled with the black smoke. Disco Elysium. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warm him too, not all in a bad way. Let's go to that island. Slowly the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air smells of mazout and springtime. Not more snow right now. Alright, final part of this is going to be going to the deserter and... Well, I just gave it away, didn't I? Sorry. Just going through this like a fucking checklist now. We're going to the island. We're going to go find something. I don't know. Spoilers from my streamer. Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee. I want to talk to you about something else. Your boat. Is this from the shooting in town? She's not letting it go that easy. We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they're closer than usual. There's an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. It's nothing to be worried about, man. Yeah, I have a question for you. When you get to that island. That won't be a problem. It's wind still, and the tar just dried. She points to her skiff next to the jetty. Got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Oh, there goes the snow. Can we borrow your boat? You promised to bring it back. No scraping the hull. It's got nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. Her eyes narrow. And no joyriding either. Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business. Aye, she nods. Not logically. The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you. Thank you. Was you skip? I'm just going to skip through this one. Nothing terribly interesting going on right there. How do I get in? Alright. How do I get in the boat? Ah, there it is. Wrong boat. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? You mail the necessary preparations, close all your accounts. Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You'll be going back and forth in this. shit, hold on, I forgot something. I gotta go. It's funny how we're not actually limping in our animation. Just run it off. It'll get better if you keep running. Run from the pain, Harry. Run from the pain. Yeah, gotta call my station. No, I'm not working for the mafia. Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, and something is wrong. Only static hits through the speaker. Hello? No reply, only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air. Been this way for a while now, Lieutenant shrugs. My guess is the unit is listening in our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect himself from Krennel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack, and the rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if you don't want us to cut off the grid completely. Isn't that dangerous? No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but it's the way it is. The streets seem safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer, for now. He flicks off the radio. Silence. Try calling again, just don't mention the tribunal, and remember they're listening in. They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. Am I supposed to be like... Can I give me the 41st? Happy to report that I found my badge, Jules. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there's no need to issue a new one to you then. Feels good to get that out of your chest, right? Celebration with beer? Jules, I've heard some people think of me as La Puta Madre's peon. You think I'm corrupted? 10-4, sir. There's a pause. He seems to mull it over behind his enormous radio microphone. Well, there's been some talk, sir, he finally says reluctantly. Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not? I only meant there's been some talk on the station, that's all. There's always some talk on the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. Then again, some of us truly are on the tank. It's unfortunate. Over. Well, that went basically nowhere. Yeah, that whole misunderstanding basically comes from Ruby misinterpreting the human can opener catchphrase as us being a murderer. And not that we're just really insistent and good at getting information out of people. Like we did to her. Don't want to offer figures to Dolores Day. You have to do that. You don't do that until you get to the island, right? Like you did, I already did that to stained glass window. It doesn't work. Yeah, it's when you're in the. Yeah, it's when we get to the island. All these quests are when we get to the island. This one is, that one is, and that one is, and this one definitely is. You bought the yeah, I have the figurines. Look. See? Do I need both of them? Because I failed to find one last time. So I'm pretty sure I don't need both of them. Whatever. I'm not stalling anymore. Get and ride. Look at me. Look at me go.
Want to be free. Want to
The boom. No, we're not doing the boombox. You want the killer to know that we're coming? Can't skip this cutscene, by the way.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last
This is exceptionally long. I need to remind you, I cannot skip this.
Want to be free.
Disco Inferno. Boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off, and there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There's very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. Look at your arms and the cliffs above you. Let's go. Tension inflammable. Trace of mazout in the air. Fuel is leaked out of the barrel, black and viscous. Warm air from the inside of the building. It's warmer than out here. Stairs are collapsed, okay. Microgrid generator. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift electrical wiring running out of his side and across the floor. Cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth. It's cold now, he concludes, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring's been repaired. There's a wires lead. Somewhere in the wall. Look at the wall socket downstairs somewhere. What kind of generator is this? Liquid carbon, I would imagine, takes mazout. He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. Kind of favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold. If anyone stayed here, they need a generator. What does this mean, a generator here? I don't know, I'm not a philosopher. I mean, why is it here? Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Or a fuel tank. Lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous fluid pours out and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flips the switch. Pull the rope. Recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle. That should do it. That did something. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-covered books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket. Someone has been squatting here. The lieutenant inspects the bed. The linen is fresh, recently washed. I think whoever slept here is. You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak. You know, officer, he looks at you with a touch of concern. You can rest here if you're feeling tired. I'll keep watch. You can use some rest for what's ahead. Wait, what did we say? What did we say? I think whoever slept here is what? It was something about Dolores? What? Oh, whatever. I know what I'm supposed to do here. Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. You face the concrete wall. There's less light there in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. Curl up with your knees to your chest. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe? The sound of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyes close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Come on, buddy, get up. Something's wrong. Lieutenant's no longer here. Go outside the beach. Something is wrong. Door's still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. How are we still running after being shot? Indomitable human spirit. Walk into the water now. Why? See your footprints in the water. Oh. Further. Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state, turns around to face you. She has an airship bag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mundi and Insulindi. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. No. Goodbye. It's what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. I want to go. Where? There's water all around. She turns to face and it's illuminated by the sign of the video rental. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here like a pillar of salt saying, "Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown." No, Harry. She shakes her head sadly. No, I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Says you plaintively. Really? We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravishal and you. And you have to be alone in hell forever. That's just the way it is. God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now. That's not a very good way for things to be. It's not, but she looks at your feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. That's it? That's it, yes. She looks up from her toes. We've talked about it a million times. She'll get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again. What layer of divorce is seeing your ex-wife as the god empress of liberalism? I think this is what Doug's chat has as a nightmare every night. Where? In hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything. You're right. I don't even remember who you are anymore. See? Her eyes widen. It just takes some time. For you, it will take something like 20 years maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. She looks you straight in the eye. Her eyes are light blue flecked with green. But I can. It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it. You felt that way once? That you can't live without me? Yes, but that time is gone now. So very gone. With all my strength I can. It's like eating rocks. There's silence. She looks at you, then over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, I feel like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars. Doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. No, Harry, we can't. Why? I already tried again and it didn't work. Is that how it is now? It's just try all good things twice and then give up? By that logic. Not you too. Let's be the last sane people in the world, but only twice. If it doesn't work, let's lose our minds and let it all sink into the pail. Yes, of course. You've got everything under control, and I'm hysterical because I don't want to keep hurting you. She looks away from you. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do better. I don't know, please. He shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why can't we be together? Harry, we can't be together because you're insane. Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals. Well, gee. Some people say that that's a good quality, you know? She avoids turning them to you. Insane like what? Like cool insane? Turning moist now, her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands on her gown. What do you mean by insane? You know what I mean. It's just a necktie. It's over anyway. It's not about some tie, Harry. You worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions. They're not lists. They're trees. This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask. It's not just a list or trees or whatever. She cracks the wreath on her head with her hands trembling now. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years and then you start beating things, you get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. You have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. I don't know what you mean, Dolores Day. She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're... the mourning. The mourning? I don't understand. No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead. My God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the mourning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old. I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. You're the X something. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. Still have a light rail to catch. He keeps glancing over his shoulder nervously. I haven't even bought the tickets yet. We all told you. Everyone warned you. Who, everyone? Everyone. Literally all of you. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closer. I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite. What? You know what's impolite? Consigning a lieutenant to the Revshall Citizens Militia to eternal damnation. I am impolite with you, Harry, because you are the past. Me and those friends will have good times together in the future. The evening wind blows in, the gown wraps around her like a white flag, and she says, "This is how human beings operate." I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I'm wrong about everything. You should go on without me. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insolenti and nothing else. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me now that I'm the ruler of the known world. She pulled the silver sleeve of her gown to take the time. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry. You said I have a vast soul and you'll always come back to it. We both said a lot of things. We were very young. It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it. It said those things. Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters. She brushed a strand of white hair out of her eye. You need to recite it to her for effect, all of it, no summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you'll always come back to me, but you can't believe how happy you are with me. Okay, Harry. She sighs. Okay, I was mourning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarette and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn. First one we had together, but you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100,000,000 years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on to your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. I am no longer this person. This, she points to herself, has taken her place. It'll devour you, Harry. I'll eat your mind. The light of the video rental shines through the dress now. A DeLorean figure cut in black moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips. Where's this Voyager Road? It's here. She looks around. We are on Voyager Road. The end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. The house. There. She points across the water into darkness. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia. My parents' money wasn't good. You turn back to the person you were. I can see you in her. Under the gown and that wreath. Am I crown of immortality? No. She shakes her head. You scared her out of me with your crying and your... She stops. The awful time we wound up having in the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people. It'll be a cheap rental this time. I can afford a better place this time. We can try again, this time with money. I can win now. Nope, it's too late. I found someone for whom I feel the same love I did for you. And this time he's more careful. He'll not lose me. He'll go somewhere. It will grow. Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? Yes, you are the least funny part about me. I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed. Well, that's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure he's going to remember you for this whole fucking life, dude. What happens now? What's the next thing we talk about? Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we already talked about. Talk about it again. She looks over her shoulder. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I know you still love me. Oh. This is going to be bad. I'm pretty sure it fails always anyway. Oh, that's going to be bad. Your feet still tremble from the steps you took as if over an enormous distance. Standing against her, body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips to her mouth. She's not kissing you back. It failed. This is not about failure or success. This is always going to be horror. I shouldn't have suggested it. You shouldn't have listened to me. I feel her breath. Her chest rising like a pillow. Warm exhalations against the side of your mouth. Her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. Her cheek against mine. Feels like soft fuzz. A bird covered in down feathers brushing against your broken capillaries. Cold silver against my forehead. A delicate wreath on her forehead. Pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Squeeze her wrist. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust for you. The curve of her spine, her shoulders hunched. Keep yourself stiff, her center guarded from your emotions, unresponsive to your guidance. Nothing, just pillows against you, unresponsive for the taste of apricots. You're not kissing me back. The moment's ending. She's gonna move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look in your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you. That's it then. You always fail me, suggestion. No, Harry, not yet. There's one more thing you have to see. She slides her hand down her chest onto her lower stomach and smiles. I'm pregnant. Is it mine? Of course not. She looks down at her belly, then up to your old eyes. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? Poverty-stricken fuck. Now go ahead. She wipes her palms in the silk of her gown. Ask me more questions. Talk about something else. No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more. No, this is just a pale imitation of our deep, unresolved trauma. I'm going. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. Her fingers wrap around the bag handle. I'm gonna go now. You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go. I swear I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overrode her, and I'm happier for it. I'm really going now. Time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. We ever see each other again? I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh yeah, ain't that the truth? How can that be? Oh, Harry, this is a dream, can't you see? Already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? This was around a year, 2, 5 years ago. Probably didn't happen at all. How will I see you again, then? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening, 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. I smell of tutti-frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time so long ago. But this is intolerably bad. Oh yes, this is real darkness. Not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow. Up and at 'em, come on. We got a game to finish. You're up quick. How's your sleep? My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Of course, I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on? The apricots are associated with Kim. No, they're not. Wait, what? No, the apricots are associated with Dolores. They're associated with the ex, like our ex-wife. That's what the apricots are associated with. They're not associated with Kim. What made you think the apricots were associated with Kim? Let's solve the fucking case. Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and then you bolted up half covered in blood from your wound. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Color of the jacket, I guess? No. It's orange, not apricot. You're still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep. I just put one in you. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard, not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic animal adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalist T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine Cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, and an international thriller about circuit benders. Someone made themselves at home. Okay. Let's try real hard. That's my only conceptualization. That didn't help. Now that you can tell, this is a digest of someone who's dead and bored. Most of it's for entertainment purposes, fitting the right next to the radiola on the floor. Nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude nag. More than that, you can't say. Print is pretty small. The person has good eyesight. No, that failed. Bunch of gear I'm not going to be able to use because we're at the end of the game. More magnesium. A small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There's a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small. It's on the other side. Another part of the island, probably. The lieutenant looks in the keyhole. The whole lock looks like it could still be usable. How do we open this? Maybe it's one of the doors we don't open? Looks at the door, and then it's bigger brother, and then at the lock. He's right. If we better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We open the big one. Do you see who controls anywhere? Here's a console just southeast. He shuffles his feet to stay warm. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan. Keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades. What is this then? Console of an antique computation device. The lieutenant points to the wires running in the machine. The generator upstairs with the wires coming out. They terminate here. So open the blast door? I think yes. Let's see. Points to the emergency dial switch. That one. The emergency open. Turn. Emergency open. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears and then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl. After you. Let's go. We're just going to be expedient about this. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Evening, sir. An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth and spits out on the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. Practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything. Retained your eyesight. My eyesight? Clears his throat. Yeah, it helps him see all this shit. A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless. Did you close the blast door? I did. He breathes out the wheeze. And you open it how? I fueled the generator and used the console. Should have burned that console down. He shakes his head. How'd you know it was coming? A boat engine. He gestures north on the water. Nice gun you got there. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. He shrugs, but it gets the job done. Is that a Bell McGraw? It's a Treagong 446. Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Might be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer with that name springs to mind. Samaran rifle? How'd you get a hold of one? It was sent to us by our brothers in the Hizinyao commune. Military aid. He passed the rifle. It stayed true to him. You can tell him I could sing. The Hizinyao commune? You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board. His gaze turns inward. He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the World Revolution, the Safri Empire, extinguished in '06. It's not wiped from the board. I remember it. They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth, damn dog. Your weapon stayed true to you. Mine stayed true to me, too. Yeah, I bet you kill a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. You come to make me one of them? His grip on the rifle tightens. You've come to ask you questions, nothing more. Ten pulls a hand in his holster. If you don't comply, I will take you in. Do you understand? I spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives. So I need you to put down that... The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next a fire gone out. So I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. Ken pulls his pistol from the holster. You're a glorified night watchman. Looks you in the eye. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down for an enemy commander of corresponding rank. I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down. The words "I am an enemy commander" sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun. What rank would that be, dog? Lieutenant W. Your freighter. Big wheel of the 4th Regiment. A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the pederast army, he sighs. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets. The old man lays the rifle down carelessly and stares at it just lying there. Like an amputated limb in the sand. Pick it up. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands, not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed in the forearm made of walnut. On the butt you see Vespertine writing, burnt in the wood. Triangong 4.46mm made in Hissin-Yao. As he said, a Triangong. No one said it has to be a Bell McGraw. The lieutenant does not take his eyes off the old man. We're just guessing. From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong too. Doesn't matter if it was made in Shanith. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition, and it does. Been patched and modified several times. I wonder how old it is. The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. He stows the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looks very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession in time. Who are you? My name, he looks across the water in the back of you, is Yosef Lilianovich Dross, a political commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull. The Commune of Revachol. The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth. You mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the Insulinian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. How long have you been on this island? 43 years. No. He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs. I've been on the other islands too. I was on Resurrection until he turned into a spa in 18. And I was on E48, a nameless sound. The sea washed over it. I came back here. That was 22 years ago. Been hanging for 43 years? 43 years and 10 months. That's insane. That's not how a human being should live, but I had to. He grimaces clearly in pain. Couldn't just forget. I couldn't forget what I saw. What have you been doing during all this time? Hiding, fishing, waiting. Looks out across the water. When the afternoon grows late, en route to St. Ghislaine, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, and children. Street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Always waiting. The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? For her to return. Her who? Girl, child, revolution. What? I come from there, point to the mainland. I can assure you that is not what people are planning. I am not a fool. He blinks his black eyes. I know, the material basement uprising is eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for revolution is past. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try and whatever I do. You deserted your unit? I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. He clears his throat, and of courage too. Lapse of faith? You'd say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold. What's reaction? Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. Not the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible to not be afraid. This was when? Lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook but doesn't take it out. May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. He looks north. The horizon was black with coalition airships. The petroleum rose to the sky and looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. Whenever they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital all at once. All the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted the streets on the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower. He gestures towards it. Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozone, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned to ash, so I said I was going to the map room. He looks east. A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it, the shame and smallness of what he became. You didn't go to the map room. No, I climbed the chain link across the water and hid in them. In the bunkers there, like the weakness of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Looked in the sky. What was that? Airships. Climbed out. Closed his eyes. Into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. And all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned, so I'd left. So had I. I had left them with that ideological direction. He opens his eyes, stares right through you. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from capital. You have to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. You have to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, and it strangles and beats your friends to death, the sweetest, most greatest people in the world. He's silent for a second. You see the fear and power in his eyes, and you know. What? That the bourgeoisie are not human. You've lost your mind. Now's not the time, Lieutenant Euphrater. Lieutenant says gently. I had to fight it. I couldn't stop anymore. Lieutenant, the old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you. Shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. This is your termless surrender? You're with the RCM. He waves in your general direction. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeoisie morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Euphrater. Okay. Dude, this is a Wendy's. We're not coalition appointed, we're just trying to help people. You're the RCM, he stares at you coldly. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took the city. I represent you, their adversary, the Parti Communiste d'Inflindi. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity. His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit. These dudes coughed a bender. Yeah, probably. 40 years living alone on an island. Shooting at people. Spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal of the fire pit. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army? No, I'm not a soldier. I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. So you were trained and assigned to the defense corps. Trained, he nods, in historical materialism, and then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something. What does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs. His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune, the lieutenant says softly. Scientific communism. The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. The commissar politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human. He was like a cleric, a shepherd. Is he like a priest? No, he shakes his head. The opposite of that, a future human, not a human of the past. So you're a trained communist, right? He nods slowly, then another tremor. I'm a revolutionary too. Today the real revolutionizing is done by entrepreneurs. You're part of the meat shield. He squints. The human meat shield surrounds the faction and the license holders. You take the fire while they rape and kill. That's what you are. Detective. Lieutenant gives you a stern look. We have not come here to discuss ideology. He then turns to the old man. Come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation. The old man spits into a fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body, something more than just metabolism. I have another serious question for you. There's nothing serious in this world with the gun in your hand. It's a farce. What have you been using this gun for? I've used it for killing people. Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too. Killing people? It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property? I haven't done that. I used it to kill people. Interesting. Lieutenant nods. During or after the war? There is no after the war. He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. Class war is never over. So he's continued killing after the hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Wait, so which one do I say then? Then comes you. Silence his black eyes. Look at you. And then in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull. What? All is not as it seems. Detective? Lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel? The who now? He leans in and cups his ear. He heard you. Just wants to hear you say it. You're in. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling rags. Did you shoot him? Oh yes, that one. Looks at the sky and clicks his tongue. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Did you kill him? The lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him. I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. A drop of blood in his saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun, the murder weapon is the perfect opener. Look at the tracks. Something about those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. I need your cooperation. I've got this. Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there? It's a real gun, he points to the lieutenant's holster. Not like your little musketeer's pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, huh? Turtles. Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed. Damn, he saw you. He watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you. Stop changing the subject. We have a murder weapon. You know what? You're right. I'm convinced he still just made the shot. Should we call it? Lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. You think we have the murder weapon? 4.446 Japanese ammunition modified for range? ELYSIUM, we have it. This is it. I'm calling it. Good. Lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line. Just gonna keep doing that. Feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this when you have the murder weapon, you have the killer. Murder. The old man does not say more, just glances into the reed and then twitches once more. What am I forgetting? The sound effect. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust from the secret space behind Clausy's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Ow. Yes, ouch. So good it hurts. Those were not modern prints. Well, he actually thinks cops should just have better guns, or if he's trying to anger you because he thinks you're a fascist. Probably the second one. If you don't beat yourself up anymore, though, you're not immortal. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate your thought process by hitting yourself. I'm sorry this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does. Officer, a word? He gestures to talk to you on his side. See this for a moment. I think we may have this. The lieutenant whispers and gives a slice with a short glance. Do you think he did it? He nods. Nothing to this in a day. A crooked little smile. This is good, Lieutenant Euphrator. You'll see a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later. I'm gonna confess. Yes, get going. That's our first priority. How do you think the question's going? Good, he nods. We're doing very good. He wants to confess. I can see that. Just to pile it on a little more. Then we have it on him. The more we have on him, the closer he is. What am I missing? What haven't I done? Ballistic. Let him cook for a minute. Here for a minute, too. We have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. Looks like a small tower on the coast. I think we should check out that post. Okay, let's do this. Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything. There's palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this a lot, but there's something more too. We already looked in the sniper's nest, so... Actually, why am I not putting it in conceptualization? I should probably do that. Oh well, too late now. One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk about you killing him. Petty bourgeoisie law. Snort to the pit. That's all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types. Drop of blood in the saliva. Tear it into him again. Pile on again. Pile it on him. What brand of boots you're wearing? Everything is brand to you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are, Sansa? Who says running shoes covered in mud? Some shit. Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross. Fucking imbecile. The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of his worn-out old running shoe on his feet. The figure is called Sansari Queek, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal paired soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. The shoe fits, not the sole. Ten comes to the same conclusion. Maybe it's simpler than that. Shit. Shit, no. Goddamn footprints everywhere, I hate them. Lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself. People change shoes, detective. Here's the old man. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling in the whirling in rags. He leans closer. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her? Trying to rack your brains. He squints at them, eyes gleaming with hatred. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck. The old man stares at his own print in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly. Some strange process with him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. Let's back off for a moment. Tell me this. There's something I'm missing? Okay, well, I can't... I tried the sniper's nest already, didn't I? Where the fuck am I? Where am I going? I can't get anywhere through here. I can't go to the perch. Where do I go? Like, none of the doors work. I'm stuck on the island. Oh, wait. Hold on. There it fucking is. Yeah, I can't do anything here. Am I soft locked or some shit? Can I not complete the game because of a failed skill check? It can't be that. There's nothing here. Wait. Ooh. A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all and walk in. The bottle in your hand. Why? Perhaps there's someone there under the water waiting for you. In front of the video window in the corner at the crossing. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's gonna hurt. No. Yeah, I can't. Okay. There's nothing here. Whatever, I'm just arresting him. Fuck it. You're under arrest. Fucking. Is what you plan to say, but before you can get past your under, the lieutenant interrupts you. Officer, are we sure? We can maybe get more. No, we've been thorough enough. Fuck this. He nods back and turns to the man sitting on the log. Josef Levandros, you're on arrest for murder of Colonel Lely. You were taken to the nearest precinct holding area for preliminary investigation. What? The old man's eyes fill with sudden unexpected terror at the words. You said I'd be taken to the... The wind picks up. The silence in the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues like an incantation. Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by prosecution. You'll be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand? But, do you understand, sir? No, I don't want to. I have to stay here. He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too, eyes getting blacker and blacker. Oh, shit. Shit! I have to get this. Your confirmation is not required, sir. The lieutenant turns to you. Now onto the boat. Yes! There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then in the middle of it... What? Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin made of reeds and rushes. And it's gone, drowned out by the lieutenant's voice. Maybe there's room for 3 on the boat. Shush, Kim, do you hear that? What? What are you talking about? Is this... The old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind. Really us? Your skin crawls. Oh, that's the Insulinian Phasmid. Okay, yeah. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. What is that? What are you talking about? The old man looks at the reeds and then at you. The giant stick insect. There's nothing there. It looks confused. The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinpricked eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand moves your holster to grab the gun. There is, I see it. Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds. Kim, can you see it? I can see it. 4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. That means it's really there. Spinning slowly in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender. Be very, very careful, the lieutenant whispers, and takes a step toward the giant arthropod. The creature stands on long, stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair. White and curled at the tips, it's no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out from its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. Oh yeah. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. Listen carefully. Tick tick hiss, tick 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 hiss. This is the Insulinian Phasmid. It is, the lieutenant whispers behind you. The familiar ring of his jacket is zipping, slowly and painstakingly so. Glance over your shoulder, the lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminum. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No. The flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now. Are you sure it won't scare it off? We need a photo or no one will believe us. He continues to pull the lens open. From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fill your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid. Take the picture. The sound of metal sliding against metal. The lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in the ampule. You see this Phasmid turned to him, its mandible antenna reaching out. Motions are quick and sudden. Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way. The ampule produces a loud hiss. Ernestine whispers, "You're right, I could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking." "Oh, wait, I'm on standby," he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antenna taking in the measure of the air, slowly. Your course will be marked by stars, the miracle way out in the west. Laid the pheromone on thick! Again, if I miss this... It's interesting how electrochemistry is the one that helps you figure this out. Slowly, with your breath held, you take the 2 small steps forward toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. The tracheal system in the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like intent to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. It's smelling me. Maybe it is real, the pheromone. Hence mouth is agape. About now he's ready to believe in anything. Oh, recording ended. The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of the seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. Ventricles of its abdomen continue expanding like lunglets, breathing you in, your sour, greasy semi-alchemicals in the breeze. Raise your hand slowly. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crowd of reeds, little pinpricked eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly there's silence. No, stop, be afraid. Raise the other hand too. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other. As if each has a mind of its own, they are white like stalks of porcelain knitting above you. Shifting around the reeds above it, around it in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing in the water from time to time. It's that light. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't know who I am. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. Look more closely. You were right. Little bubbles form in the mouth parts of the creature. On its segmented lower lip, it looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white and then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like roses. It's foaming. Careful, it may be poisonous. The lieutenant watches you apprehensively. The foam slowly turns a darker shade like burnt caramel. As the insect moves its mouth parts masticating, little bubbles begin to burst one by one, letting out the same smell like summer burning. Tell me, what are you doing? I exist. I exist too. Tell me what it's like for you. I'm ill. What is your illness? I'm ill in my head. I'm insane. That's how it is for me. I am not. There isn't even a central nervous system in my head. Only mouth parts for eating wetland plants. And I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, and moist. Intruded upon by what? Shapes of plants and animals and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds and tiny vibrations from the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I'm at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light it only feels like something it to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly don't have a soul, and if I did, I would never ache. You're the type of animal I would like to be. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Why do you ask? Sometimes when molting, I grew a last limb. One time something went wrong and a small leg replaced a missing antenna. That's nothing. The leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. You have a foot there now. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molted, it grew an antenna again. I am a detective. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? The killer. He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I'm not. I only quicken his deterioration. You're destroying him? Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It's meant to keep them from noticing me, interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he's looked at me too long, and I'm destroying him. Is it a dream? What's happening? No, you are awake. I'm real. Light is forming me. This is real. Where does this come from? All this around us? The world? Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies. And all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day with no answer. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or a reed. I love how this bug, his whole thought process is just, food, yum. What exactly are you? I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodea, endemic to the Insulindian Isla. For the last 350 years, I've hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding and cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and buoys. It may have unknown dangerous biochemical characteristics that help maintain its camouflage. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the 70s islanders who came here first but did not stay have not seen me. I stayed hidden through the 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens Militia in the Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51. Are you poisonous? Yes, I do not have a startle display, so I use a neurodegenerative alomone to aid in camouflage. Don't worry, it's only destructive over long periods of time. Like 40 years. Are you the miracle? No, you are the miracle. What? How? The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively median life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness, a volatile simian nervous system ominously new to the planet. The Pale, too, came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Cenarians do not. The radiantly symmetricals do not. There's an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. What is the Pale? There's a nervous shadow cast on the world by you, eating away at reality. A great unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. I don't have that kind of power. You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of chaos and the stars burning it are afraid of you. Give it enough time, you would wipe us all out and replace us with nothing, just by accident. How? We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing, only much worse. Worse how? Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day or just forget? But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. Simian butcher, soon you'll close your eyes and then open them to see that not as I resisted. Blink quick. Please do not do that again. I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much. So it's already happening. Soon you'll close your eyes and open them to see that not as I resisted. Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure? Doesn't look like that, no. What does it look like? You're just staring at it, he whispers. I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Okay. After a second, the lieutenant asks, is somehow related to the case? The case? The case is meaningless compared to this. I have totally transcended the case. I think we should take the picture and then you should back away from the unstudied species. Yeah. There's one more. Of all the creatures I met, you are the kindest. Thank you. I have also one more thing to say about you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For freedom. What woman? You can't lie to me. Behind you it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. End it. I can't. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that. What is the issue with our relationship? Because it seems to flip-flop between us being the problem and her being the problem. I think we were both the problem. I think we both just really suck as people. Like I think we really just both like we're terrible people. Like that was just how the relationship panned out. I don't know. Okay, Kim, take the picture. Okay. With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises its eye level. There's no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed at by the camera. It remains fixated on you. In 3... He whispers, his voice is tense. If it moves, you jump back, I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, flash. That's a picture. The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like a blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms just feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well. In the shadow of this giant statue of tightness and marble. I got it, you hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops in the photo near his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds of the sky, and you as a shadow before it. For all time. Slowly reach out and touch his whisker. The antenna hangs from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kite curls into a spiral like the tip of poison ivy. Your touch on your fingertip feels cold and ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It's surprisingly delicate. The curly end of the whisker, like a young vine, it's even a bit wet. Someone's got hurt in a fight. The antenna is much smaller than the other one. Be careful, detective. It's moving. Look at your finger. You're right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. Yeah, we got it. Don't say it. Are you sure? This may be the only chance you get to touch it. Alright, fine. It tastes like sugar. Very faint. The arthropod towers above you. Tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless and mostly comprised of water. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There's some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overflowing brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control. The stimulus overloaded it. It's passing like an extended moment or a gallstone. We got it. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, Phasmid mirrors your movement, stepping on the water. The long limbs carry its feather weight without breaking the surface. And off it goes. Into the reeds. Like it was never there. This finale is taking a while. Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles in the water. And something under it, a place that stood bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items. It's gone. Lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. What's that in the reeds? Squint, looks like a nest of some sort. I should have a look. What now? What now? The old man repeats suddenly. He puts his hand to the ash, dirty and black. In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state. Our suspect isn't looking so good. We need to check on him. First. Yeah. Oh, in the scope. Cool. Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown. At least my collector's impulse has been satisfied. Indeed. You found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic. At least now I am truly invincible. Oh, hey, look! It was here the whole time. Sovereign Republic on. Black-haired woman called Catherine Says. I'm skipping through this now. I'm getting tired of talking. Look at the photo. It's Clausy with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish and younger somehow. An old photo before life came and did what it does. It was doing the Phasmid nest. Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Clausy or whatever her name was. Hiding place? Phasmid took it and I sensed it do so. Saw something open up the buoy with spindly legs. Like a magpie? He looks around. What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, would be highly unusual. By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. The scope, maybe. Mr. Dross lost it? But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod. Would it? Maybe he was simply curious. Curious octopus would do something similar, or even a cuttlefish. If it was curious, like an octopus? An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk, but yes, I see your point. Is Katarzyna Lanchi? What was his note? She said it would be for Anouk Mayer-Smith. Anouk Mayer-Smith. It's supposed to be a real name. She lied to us. Yeah, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. Tense smiles. It's her real name, then. I don't know, but it's not Katarina Lazi or Clausy or Anouk Myers-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Looks easy. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now. The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She's no longer in the city of Revachol. Alright. Time ready to go with us. What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go. I can't see the Phasmid. See. He stares at the wreath and falls silent. Mr. Dross? The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. With fear and longing. Like an addict of some terrible substance. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail. He's going some kind of psychomotor immobility. Lieutenant inspects him gently. The good news is this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross? The trembling mouth appears to sigh. Between this and the broken tire you used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here while they go and get help. You'll need to be medical first, I'm afraid. What's happened to this man? Old age and shock. He looks at him, then you. I think it's the Phasmid. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. It's you, but you think it's something more than that, don't you? There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. I talked to the Phasmid. It says destroying him. Should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? Maybe. Anyway, he's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect. A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, Detective. He's been here for a long time. Who knows what, could be something, yeah. Who knows how much of it is in his company. He had seemed distressed when it finally came to arresting him. But he didn't want to leave the place, and the insect maybe. Looks at the notebook. Absolutely forgot to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. Shakes his head in disbelief. It'd be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo. Hang tight. Think about getting back to the mainland to get help. He'll be safe here if we don't take too long. Back we go. Alright, we're approaching the proper end, I'm pretty sure. The dry grass crackles on your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. What's that flutter? A flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105. Underneath the flutter. On the islet, there's almost no wind, just a light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swing on the waterline along long dried leaves chafing against each other. The great ghost of air is holding its breath. Oh god. To the west, a silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. To the east, a faraway roar of the city, like a distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtering through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Ahead, a low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating and hollow. A big building. Further north, air flows out of the pillbox window. There's very little there. The air crosses flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless, bulrushes motionless. Below the silence. Col do ma de Qua. You're way out now, way out in the west. Kim? Yes? You know how quiet it is? I have. Is that where we're stopping? Wait, I have to listen to one more thing. Lieutenant nods in silence. I thought he's just with it now. He's just like, okay, yeah. Just stop and listen to the wind for a bit, whatever. If it helps you solve the case, I guess. Alright. You better not make me watch another fucking cutscene, I swear to God. Skiff rocks gently under your weight. As you get in, the ride back is uneventful and quiet. The sound of conversation on the water. There's someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand in a concrete square of a nameless village. Looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff. Alright. Time for the music. Here because we're worried. Alright, last conversation. Let's go. Look what the tide brought in, says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changed and he tilts his head. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead. Whatever this is completely unimportant compared to what you just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirlinger mags. Where are his sunglasses? You're the man with sunglasses. That's right, and you're bleeding. Forget about all this. There's a giant... We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you. He points at you with both hands. No one else seems bothered by the bleeding. Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you feel a fucking organ transplant. He takes a deep breath. Fuck it, let's not get into that. Who are you people? Hello, I'm Trant Hylostam. I believe we've met on several occasions. I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vacomir. This is your special task force, he says, gesturing towards his companions, or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trant Hylostam, Patrol Officer Junit Minot? Hi. We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement. Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Precinct 57. We just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later, he adds, suddenly regaining his confidence. As if he recalled that he is in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy. As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy. But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves. Thank you, Lieutenant. It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, she says warmly, flashing the Lieutenant the tiniest of smiles. What is this about? Harry, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in. He takes a step back. I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage. I think I need to manage expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology. He makes air quotes on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going. No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. He turns to you. What do you got to say for yourself, shit kid? What does he have to say for himself? He lets you catch the bullets. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. God damn it, Harry. He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, looking you in the eye. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die. Wait, so let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson? It wasn't like that. Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was going to be a tribunal, did we? I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore. Sure, he squints at you. You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town as you're Guillaume a million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing's changed. How'd you know I was here? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Damn you, cafeteria manager! You betrayed me for the last time. No, I understand. Okay, Garty told you. And she looks around. People on the street helped us too with your whereabouts. You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. So Trant Hylostam turns out to be special consultant Trant Hylostam. Yes, I'm Trant Hylostam. I never said I wasn't Trant Hylostam. So what are you special consulting here? What indeed? He looks at the dilapidated shacks than you. I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Koningstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory. He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Mention a task force? Yeah, major crimes unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vacomere. Ring any bells? Who else is in this? Refresh your memory. It's a goddamn major crimes unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Hylostam, and Guillaume Bevy. He stares at you. I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Fuck you, you're part of this shit show. Yeah, first, who's Guillaume Bevy? Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. He's not smiling. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People who won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer here. And Trant, because I'm forcing him to stay. Okay, so what does this unit do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry, because of you. 41st isn't. He trails off, not one finished sentence. None of this is ringing any bells. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Trant. You have brain damage. Trant, he turns to the blonde. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning, all good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. Meaning you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pale, and so on. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, he makes air quotes, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting. Interesting. Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, he turns to you. What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? Wait, socioeconomically, you think I'm so poor I lost my memory? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory, I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here. What? He lost his memory because of capitalism? New praxis. No, it's not like that. I'm not talking Redford School here, but Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened? It's not capitalism, so cross that off the list, you dink. I drank so much I lost my memory, and I'm slowly recovering it. He is. He's getting better, and I confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening. I believe he drank, he turns to you. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking. But Detective Vacomere, she injects, he has blacked out before. I have? Yes, a couple times. After some of the more serious benders. She pauses, remembering. One was after the two drunks case, the other one we were looking at that mural. 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case in the next world mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you. Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes, practice, and then use alcohol to get there, so to speak. What do you mean? Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something that explained approaches a defect. Look at the sensory input here. He gestures toward the scenery. Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitude, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape. To borrow a known metaphor, Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He nods confidently. Just need for it to end. Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that. He's not a cretin, and he is able to work, if not in his previous leadership role, then as a lie detective. I'm ready to lead again. No one even mentioned that. He looks at you, then at Trant. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Do we need to get him on disability pension? They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You put your clothes on hard. I think if I was that bad, you would have seen it by now. What now? No, nothing. Now we're just gonna stand here. Really? No. Now we discuss that. Points to the water. What the fuck did you do our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? I drove in the ocean when I was drunk. So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 riel of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. Doesn't matter. He exhales the calms breathing. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge. Got a badge right here. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Catch it? Okay, good. Not today, badge. Did I get the badge? You got it, all right. You're showing it to them. Victorious. They're seeing the badge. Drama was unnecessary. I got the badge all as well. And your gun? He asked, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand. As if having your badge and gun are natural state, not achievements. My gun's right here. Oh, he has it, and he didn't drop it. Wipes his brow in mock relief. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then? He's wounded. Looks at you. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. I don't believe you, he squints. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape. A certain Classy. You were too drunk to assess her flight risk. For other reports, Harry, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, as we know. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gives a vital clue that leads to the island. Oh well, if she was nice. He rose his face in frustration. Then I'm gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head. Okay, that was my bad. That was my fault. Okay, I did a bad. I fucked up. I did bad there. Or the fact that you're Everett Claire's little peon now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was a fucking mass murder. He did everything he could, Lieutenant Erupson. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what could have been. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. What the hell were you? Make this harder for yourself, he says in a lower voice. Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. Brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs. Thinks of apologizing but decides against it. I spent the week with him on this case. What is your take? On the case? On Lieutenant Euphrasia Dubois. Well, he pulls up his collar. The drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge, that's all true. Although he's not been drinking on the job this week. See? 1 week. And there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. First I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He Lieutenant pinches the root of his nose, grinds. He makes the riel. Hey, I almost got 100 riel, okay? You can keep hating, but I'm making it. He's a visionary and a mining engineer, which is just... He shakes his head. There's the motor carriers in the sea and the constant smoking everywhere all the time. I smoked one cigarette, you fucking idiot. But despite this, he's a great detective. One of the best I've seen, in fact. You can talk to human beings and telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. And all the time I spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He's tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out. Yeah, it was what it was. Other than that one time, he's tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the Revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. He pauses. Oh, and he also discovered a new species. A new species? A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the insolent phasmid. You smoked more than us. Literally. Your one cigarette a day habit was more than us. He takes out a photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officer across the yard. The wind blows, slapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasp beneath the howling of the wind. As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered. Yeah, nothing. Fucking hell is that? The man cranes his neck, still somehow looking at the photo. Is this somehow connected to the case? Detective? He turns to you. Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be possible for the killer's mental degradation. The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. He was exhibiting a strange atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after his appearance. He became near catatonic. So it is connected. I must say, this, he points to the photo, is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it. Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk. His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. This is a very, very sad man who's just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never. The killer, we have a strong motive for him. Lanovich? The other consultant raised an eyebrow. Revolutionary matronym. Matronym? The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms, Krasovich, Larsovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw these as chauvinist activism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. The man's mother was Lillian. He is Lillian's son, Lilyanovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made to Revachol. So it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called. Thank you, Trant. Thank you for the piece of cultural theory. So you said you had a motive. Of course, excuse me, I thought it was noteworthy. He, being a communard probably had to do with it, class warfare stuff. And it worked? He got a war going? Yes, until we stopped it. The lieutenant's quick to correct him. He saw the mercenary as an enemy combatant. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from, as far as motive is concerned. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to. I mean, considering the fact that he's catatonic now, I don't know if he's going to be found competent to stand trial. I don't know. It's a clean win. It's way more than that. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. No doubt you could pull yourself together and work in bouts. Bouts don't last. He unbuttons his jacket. I can still smell the booze on the wind. God damn it, doesn't it ever leave? It is there, like it's on your bones or something. It'll pass in time. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. Yes, he has fallen through a gap in the boardwalk drunk. How'd you know I found him? The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullen take care of the funeral arrangements and family stuff. Not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us. Still, she says quietly, good work with the missing person. It's still a point for you, no denying it. Might as well tell them everything? No, I'm not going... Wait, how long is this stream going on? Yeah, nearly 4 hours. We're just gonna... Yeah, we'll do this one. I looked in the mystery of the Doom commercial area. He shrugged. I don't know what a Doom commercial area is. A commercial building where all of the business go bankrupt? I looked into it. Why? That's not what you were supposed to be doing here. There was a fridge we needed, an impossible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up inviting a local shopkeeper. It was okay. Of course. Call it community outreach, right? So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back? I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. He shrugs. So I have to. Jude? Anything that ends with the trial is okay with me. Quick nod. Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go. Okay, he sighs. We have vehicles in the square and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go. Now you'll finally get to know who you are. Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am. Anne looks westward impatiently. Jingling his car keys in his pocket. Okay, now we ask them everything. Who am I? Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. What? Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but before? Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Huron. She looks around. It's getting really cold outside, Drew. Maybe. It does explain a lot. Harry explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the shot put, your inexplicable facial hair, the collection of FLA and sportswear I've amassed, the fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick too. I love how Ken's like, the fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, the raw, robust stamina output. Also, this guy, just everything about this guy. God, even this javelin throwing freak here. Oh God, contact Mike. Of course, contact Mike. He's been on about Mike again. Detective shakes his head. I hate that guy. That explains everything. Contact Mike is the rep prize of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of our open competition. A 5,000 to 1 rank outsider. Oh, you don't say. He arches an eyebrow. Does he also vault an impossible goal for finance and privilege? It is getting cold out. She looks around. She's just like, I'm cold. When was I a gym teacher? In your 20s or late 20s. You really let yourself go since then. So in Huron, I was a gym teacher there? Yes, he taught gym in Huron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym in a high school. You were a high school gym teacher. The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Huron is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field of the sports building. High school, Harry. You're going on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice? That's why they're so juvie. He smirks to just barely contain laughter. I love how excited he's getting about this. Why did I join the RCM now? The regular, you found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are, all that. You, every morning walking from Voyager Road to reteach gym. She leaving for the academy with a spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope. Even before Kim has a thing for gym teachers. Okay, I see now. I knew it. And you know, no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher. I might like this. It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you're a drunk. You really went with it, too. Merely maximized the damage. Some chick. Who? Dora something? Dora Ingerland, he thinks? Yeah, you mentioned her name. Not Dora Dubois? They weren't even married. No one's married anymore. This is Revachol. When was this? God, I don't know. He thinks 6 years ago? She was way before my time. 6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you? 6 years? Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingerland really tore you a new one. A big one. Who was she? Incredibly bangable? No, I meant what'd she do? She's incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeoisie woman. Wayfish, like a Welkin, basically. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin. I've only seen a picture, but it's obviously formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from. Look, the sun's about to go down. It's time to go home. He's taught in the Academies de Arts. East of the river, way east. Hard to say which came first. The middle class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. Point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit, not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? Pause the thing. A forensic psychiatrist. Go talk with that. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? No. No, because suspects seem to think. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you. I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit. I told you, it's not that bad. Precinct 41, what kind of station is it? Us, we're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us. That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station. The district is too big, which is why we need to... Let's head northward. Get back to it. We let Torsten McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Torsten McLean? Mac, the torso, Torson, and Chester McLean. She arched an eyebrow. They're not fit to run a wing, believe me. Things are shaky as it is. The C wing is... God. He sighs. There are 4 wings here. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake. There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. He smiles. Other losers, too. And Price is... Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM. One of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky. Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nick Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. We speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. We speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets of May. Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't a good press. Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town. Never is. I was out of town, to be clear. I don't know why. I like Trant. I don't know why. I think he's pretty normal. He's pretty okay. What happened? Why do we need to go there? Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up. He means that the RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters. So I work in the Bloody Murder Station? Okay, it's not the Bloody Murder Station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there hard every day. Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Revachol, Fallborg technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us. The press will blow over, he says in a reassuring tone. Jamrock is lucky to have you. It's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it. Thank you again, Lieutenant. Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Who's Lena? She lives at 113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember? Cryptozoologist lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid. Tabernacle, it's on the way over, near where you live on Perdition. She looked at Victor. Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway. She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's in their discovery in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would be good to deliver some positive news for a change. Watch out or she'll faint. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Well, first I'll go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. That'll have to be good to cover all this. Then I'll have a serious talk with my captain. About what? Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something's happening to Revachol. He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflecting the glints of his glasses. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Distant traffic, a scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind. Le Retour. You mean the return? Perhaps. He watches the scrap of newspaper hit the ground. There are people who say the zone of control will not hold up long. They're not on the radio yet, but there are parties out there. Yes, his face darkens. I hear worries from systems and analysts in Vesper and Messinia. International risk departments and banks, people like that. Been hearing whispers in Jamrock too ever since fall. I agree that something is happening. People are tense. I hear a fan spinning. Fast. Something's about to hit it. Want to do that, Station 41? Talk to Captain Price. I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering. I meant investigate. Come work for Precinct 41. Work with Price? A crooked smile quivers on his lips. I'm flattered, but I don't know if I would fit in and crazy enough, can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish a sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss. Flattered. You're Lieutenant Klitsuragi. We would be flattered if you considered. I would have to tie things up in the GRAH first, but, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor. Lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden. We also have this huge caseload, Lieutenant. Just with a smile. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even. I do like the sound of that. Oh, I got an achievement! Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. He returns her smile. He's really considering it. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Listen. Looking. John, I know you hate me. I know you're sick of my drunk nonsense. Why don't you reassign me to Kim? All right, we have the sink. All right, we have the sauce. We have the magic. Paperwork, my favorite. You're such a nerd. I'm ready. Good. She looks at you, then Duckamere. Fuck it, let's go. The man points down the street. Prant brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock. Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses. 80,000 living souls and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41, to Pookie Street forking into the snow-swept horizon. Close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint Jerome, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. Oh. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heilstam? No. Vecamir? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up on the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like a bad thing. Captain Petroleum Price points his pen at the doctor. It's dim in his office and the curtains are down. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the lift. Minot? Of course. Wonderful. The woman looks north. They're gonna be pleased. Just go back to Jamrock now. I'm wondering what this conversation's about. It's obviously between Price and Gottlieb, but what are they talking about? Like, specifically. Alright, yeah, boy. Awkward. Oh, now we're limping. There we go. Finally. Thank God that was long. That was good. That was good. I had a great time with that. Definitely gotta do another playthrough with that at some point, maybe. No, definitely. I might need a long break from that though, because that was like a lot of reading, a lot of talking, and my mouth and my throat are just killing me. And that took like 4 hours. That took almost 5 hours just to finish the fucking ending. I was thinking I was gonna do a double stream tonight, but that's not happening, dude. It's way too late now. I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow. Who are the Knights of Unity? What the fuck? This was the double stream. You're not funny, do something entertaining. Oh shit, I've been put on the spot. I could juggle. But are you coming in at the end? This is when all my entertaining juice is out. All my entertainment fluid. I'm spent. I'm playing this game for 5 hours. You think I could be entertaining right now? No. This is hard. This is work for me. This is an ordeal. This guy has 3 subscribers and 0 videos. Yeah, of course. See, if I got called out by an actual content creator, that would hurt. That would make me feel bad. If it was an actual famous person who came here and was like, "You're not funny, man. Stop stuttering." Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I have a speech impediment. Speech impediment. Sorry, I'm stuttering too much. You not like my stuttering? Oh man. Whatever, we're just gonna ignore him, okay? Pretend he doesn't exist. You need me to axe this guy? No, leave him. Let him stay. He'll leave when we stop paying attention to him. I'm gonna end the stream later soon anyway, so it's not like he's gonna be doing anything. Women's rights. Piss faggot. These credits are very long. I did not expect them to be this long. Loving memory of my father. There's like something else at the bottom of this, I'm pretty sure. I like how they allowed in loving memory of my father from the guy who translated the game to Spanish. Oh yeah, that was pretty nice. Wait, are we just gonna get like the credits for every fucking localization this thing has gotten? We're gonna be here all day. They need to make credits go faster button. That would be very helpful. Polish McPolski. The Polish. The Germans. What's your name, sir? Excuse you. You're saying that like I'm even paying attention. I'm not. The truly sad thing here, though, is that we're probably never going to get another game like this. Because shortly after this was released, the development team fell to infighting and then got bought out by some CEO, I think, or some big-time investor. And so most of the original development teams left, and they're all split off into different studios now. And yeah, it's basically just been killed and just been killed dead. Capitalism has killed this game. What an absolutely poetic ending. Very, very. Technically, we'll have a bunch of games like this, yes, but we won't have this. We won't have Disco Elysium 2. We'll have a bunch of games that are like it, yeah, but they won't ever be. They won't be the Disco Elysium, you know, despite how much they'll claim to be. Because, you know, like real communism, they split off into different groups, and now they all hate each other for some reason.
New humans! Stress relief!
Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. Loved in the past tense, obviously. And that's it. That's the end of the game. Moral of the story? Capitalism always wins, baby. Okay. The quote is from a Czech resistance fighter against Nazism. Okay. The house always wins. Yep. Quake and fear. Oh, jeez, a 4-hour stream. My goodness, I did not expect the ending to take that long. Oof. All right. Well, I'm done. I'm over. I'm wiped. I can't even talk properly. I mean, that guy over there was like, "Why are you stuttering, bro?" It's because I'm tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's why I'm stuttering. My voice is going. But next time, very exciting. I have lots of great things. It's gonna be amazing. Well, technically only one great thing, but I can't talk right now, so I'm stumbling over myself. That'll probably be on Wednesday, because I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow. So, good night. God bless.